use headphones for best experience. Thanks for your fantastic support. Hi, welcome to another video. Today I would like to do some wax tablet carving again. But this is going to be a special video, another compilation video of old videos from the past that I would like to put together one after the other to create a longer video. I think it's going to be around 4 hours or something like that. So I will include 3 of my previous wax carving videos. The carving ancient Egyptian hieroglyphs video, and then carving the Phoenician Alphabet video, and the South Arabian Alphabet video. Those are from the same old video. And then also one of my carving runes, Viking Runes videos. So there will be a lot of wax carving in this one, so I hope you will enjoy. But also I would like to record some new material, because I find it so boring to just edit together old material for a new video. It's always fun to add something new. But before I forget, I would like to show you that you can find also my content on Spotify, Apple Music and other music streaming platforms if you want to listen audio only to my content. So then you type in ASMRctica, ASMR, and you will find a lot of albums here with my content. For example, these wax carving videos. But yeah, if you want to listen audio only. So the thing I would like to do today is carving the Wadi el-Hol inscriptions, because I find these really interesting. It's very old inscriptions in Egypt, Wadi el-Hol. I'll zoom in a bit. Here's Lower Egypt, the Nile, Upper Egypt, yeah, this is an historical atlas, so I'm not sure exactly from which time it is. Yeah, here it says 450 BC. But anyway, here, close to the old capital of Egypt, Thebes, close to today's Luxor, just northwest of Thebes, is this valley, Wadi el-Hol. Wadi is Arabic for valley. And there inscriptions found in some rocks in 1993, I think, in some limestone cliffs. And it was inscriptions in the Proto-Sinaitic script. Actually, it looks like it's some kind of graffiti. So someone have been writing this, carving this into the rock around sometime around 1800 to 1900 BCE. And the characters are some kind of mix of Egyptian hieroglyphs that had been used since 3200 BC. So they have been used for more than 1,000 years by this time. But still, it's almost 1,000 years before the Phoenician alphabet had started to being used by the Phoenicians. And the Phoenician alphabet that was used between 1050 BC until 150 BC is considered the first, one of the first alphabet that is purely an alphabetic. And that means that one character is equal to one sound in the language, and not like the hieroglyphs that were more a mix of, it could be sounds, but also quite often it was one sign represented one word, or maybe even more than a word. So this is like the connection between how it went from the hieroglyphs, where one character means a word, to the alphabets, where one character stands for one sound. So it's really old characters and letters, and they remind both of the hieroglyphs and of the later Phoenician letters. So let me start and let's see what it looks like. So here they are, the inscriptions. There were actually two different inscriptions. I started with this one, going diagonal from right to left. And then I had to split this one because it's actually one row going more like a horizontal line should be. But since I didn't have room for it there, I continued here. So that's the same section there. The first and the second. I think maybe they're called Wadi el-Hol 2, this one, and Wadi el-Hol 1, this one. So if you watch this video, all the examples after this introduction, you will see some hieroglyphs and some Phoenician alphabet letters. Then you might have a clue what letters these are. Or what they could be. Maybe you can have a guess. But it's not exactly clear what letters they are. There have been so many different suggestions what this actually means. Because also, by this time, there were no vowels. There were only consonants. It was an abjad system. So technically not an alphabet. An abjad, just like Hebrew, Arabic are today. The Phoenician alphabet was also an abjad, so you just have the consonants and you have to guess what words they mean by putting different, you can test with different vowels probably, and yeah, it's an ancient language also. So yeah, a lot of things that are unsure about this. So I will not try to find an interpretation of what it means, but it would be nice to just check which letters it might be. I would like to give a guess. So this one, also based on what I have read from web pages about Proto-Sinaitic scripts. By the way, Proto-Sinaitic scripts have also been found in Canaan, so not only in Egypt, and there have been found approximately 40 inscriptions dated from 19th to 15th century BC, and they differ, of course, a lot. It's not like it's a static alphabet that you will see in all these examples. There's a lot of variety. But this first letter could have been representing an M, perhaps, the sound M. It resembles quite a lot the modern Latin M also. Mime, water, it meant from the beginning in the hieroglyphs. And this one is quite tricky to see what it could be. One guess is that it could be some kind of shin letter. Shin, later written like this in the Phoenician script. But yeah, it's not super clear which one it is. So then it will be some kind of S sound or sh sound or sound, something like that. This is probably the letter Taf, a clear or simple T sound, the same T sound that are used today in Latin alphabet. And this is probably Resh, and it should be the picture of a head, human head. Rash, meaning head, or Rash or Resh. And it's the origin of the letter R in Latin alphabet. And then these are tricky. The one showing a human figure. it could be some kind of H sound. Ho, hilul, jubilant. But also it looks like it's sitting down, and in the hieroglyphs there were several examples, different hieroglyphs of people standing, sitting, dancing, doing a lot of different things, different positions. So it's not super clear. One of them might probably have turned into an H, the H sound. And then it's the I here. That's probably an Ain, representing the H sound that is still used in Arabic today, in other languages, but not in the Latin. It has no representation in the Latin alphabet. And then this could be the wow letter, resembling a hook. W, so that turned into the W later, W sound. Another tough T sound. And then probably a P sound. P or pit, mouth or corner, it could be depicting. And maybe this later turned into the letter P. And then this seen letter again, that is quite unsure what it is. And this one is quite clear what it is. It's the head of an oxen, and it's a alep sound that turned into the A in the Latin alphabet. You can still see the shape. If you turn an A upside down, you can still see it as the head of an oxen. But it didn't represent an A, because A is a vowel. It did represent the glottal stop sound, the alep. And this is probably lamed, could be. That later turned into the L letter, lamed meaning goat. So if I would try to read this with just the consonants and maybe just one vowel A in between, it would be something like ma, sha, ta, ra, ha, ha, va, ta, pa, sha, ha, la. Whatever that could mean. And then the next one, I think I will zoom in a bit. So here's R again, rash, meaning head. And then it's a new one here, probably the letter B, that became the letter B in the Phoenician alphabet, because it resembles quite a lot the letter B in Phoenician alphabet. Could come from the hieroglyph bite, meaning house. And then this is probably another lamed, turned upside down according to the last one, but in the beginning I guess the letters didn't always have fixed up and down. They could be turned in any direction. That's quite common in ancient alphabet script. So maybe it's another lamed, L. Then this one could be the nahas, the snake. All these three. That later turn into the letter N in the Phoenician and in the Latin alphabet. Nahas. And then mime again, water, M, nahas, N. Another human figure sitting and with hands, holding hands up in the sky. Could be Ho, Hilul. Yeah, also you can see here it had the arms in another position, one up and one down, so probably it's not the same, it's not representing the same sound. actually. And then it's another nahash, snake, N, and then it's another P, mouth or corner hieroglyph that later turned into the letter P, and another mime for water, and this is maybe another Ho, Hilur, jubilant, could be the letter H, but it's very unclear what it is representing. And then another alp, head of an oxen, the glottal stop sound. Then this could be the chet, the origin to the letter chet in Phoenician alphabet, and later also theta in the Greek alphabet, and I guess it has a lot of, it turned into different T variants of T, letter T in Hebrew and Arabic alphabet. So it's not, this is one T letter, and this is like, maybe you can call it a thick T, the ch sound, chet, because it resembles, the shape resembles quite a lot how this letter later turned out in later alphabet. And then it's another mime, water, M, and then it's something that could be height, depicting a thread, representing the ha, like a deep H sound, ha, height. And then the last one is yet another resh, head, R. So let me try to read also this inscription with just the consonants that I have suggested. Ra, ba, la, na, ma, na, ha, na, ba, ma, ha, cha, ma, ha, ra is how I would read that out. Okay, that was the Wadi el-Hol inscriptions. Now let's move directly to the video about Egyptian hieroglyphs. Enjoy. Hi, welcome to another video. Today I'd like to show you this beeswax tablet that I have created for this video, and I'm so looking forward to, for the first time, try to use it. I made this because I wanted to write some hieroglyphs on it. I've been super interested in hieroglyphs lately. It started, I started by reading a lot of alphabets and the origin of the Latin alphabet, the Greek alphabet, and writing systems from ancient Semitic languages. And maybe you have seen my writing Greek alphabet, ancient Greek alphabet, and writing Arabic alphabet already. But then I started to read about the Egyptian hieroglyphs, and I wanted to try to, like, instead of writing on paper, I wanted to try to carve into beeswax, just like they did the scribes, or I think many hieroglyphs were like carved into stone inscriptions, but it was really not many people who could read or could write hieroglyphs, so it was really something you had to learn. It took a long time. There are many signs, letters. I think it started with around 800 in the Old Kingdom, Middle Kingdom, but then later in the New Kingdom, and in the Ptolemaic period, I think, there were lots of thousands of symbols, so it evolved. And this alphabet, this writing system, was used in a very long period of time, from like 3000 something BC to around 400 CE. It's more than 3000 years. And the language evolved, of course, during this time. So I'm not sure I can call it alphabet, but I'll call it alphabet nevertheless, because I don't know really what to call it. A collection of letters, you know. So the alphabet changed, of course, and the sounds, which sound that was used for what sound that was used for a certain symbol, it changed over time. But I would like to write a collection of symbols called the uniliterals. The scribes, or those who wanted to be scribes and like practiced and was trained to do this art form, they probably practiced on these types of tablets of beeswax, so they could carve and then erase it and use the same tablet over and over again. So hopefully I'm gonna be able to do the same. I still haven't tried to write one single letter or sign yet. But yeah, the signs I want to focus on today are the uniliterals. So it's a collection of hieroglyphs that represent one hieroglyph represent one consonant sound. So if you like Google Egyptian alphabet, you'll probably see this list of letters. I think sometimes it's something about around 24 hieroglyphs. But the thing is that the Egyptians didn't have this type of alphabet for single sounds like this. They had a collection of much bigger collection of symbols, and some of them were uniliterals representing only one consonant, but some of them were biliterals representing two consonants, and some were triliterals representing three consonants. And these three, you can call it, they can be in a group called the phonograms, when the symbol represents a sound. But then they also had the logograms, where a hieroglyph represented a whole word or idea, sometimes called ideogram as well. I'm not sure exactly the difference between logogram and ideogram, but yeah, sometimes it's called ideogram, sometimes it's called logogram. And then also they had the determinatives that could be placed at the end of words, a sequence of hieroglyphs, to give a clue to what word it is, because sometimes because you might have noticed I'm only talking about consonants here. There were no vowels, so there were like a word. When you read a word, you just got a clue which consonant should be there, and you had to know the language and insert the vowels between by yourself. And sometimes a pair or a sequence of consonants could mean a lot of different words depending on what consonant you would put there. Sorry, what vowel you will put in between. So then the last hieroglyph could be like a clue showing, okay, this is the topic you will think about now, because then if you get it, you will understand what word this will be. And there's a lot of like clues and rebus. It's like a system of rebuses, so you really have to think and figure out what they should mean, because all these systems, the logograms, the determinatives and the phonograms, they are mixed in each word. So it's you have to figure out if this is, what type of hieroglyph is this, and what can it mean, and yeah, it's like cryptographic or enigmatic writing. And the Egyptians who managed this art form, who knew how to write, they probably enjoyed to create difficult clues sometimes and write in a very cryptic, enigmatic way. But enough of talking now. Yeah, I just want to mention that if you want to know how to create these types of beeswax tablets yourself, I can put a link in the description to the video I watched. So let's start now, and I'll start with the consonant, the Egyptian version of the Semitic Aleph that later became the A, letter A in the Greek alphabet. But in ancient Egypt it was probably pronounced, there is only speculation about how it was really pronounced back then, but it could have been pronounced like r or l or something like that. But nowadays it's very common to use the ah sound to refer to it. Long ah sound. And in ancient Egypt, this sound was, or this uniliteral was represented by an Egyptian vulture. So here we have my first try to write the Egyptian glottal stop, the a or ch or l sound. As you can see, I have zoomed in a bit. I think it looks nicer if you can see more details. So I'll give this hieroglyph another try now. And let's move on to the second hieroglyph in this collection I want to show you today, and that's the symbol representing the uniliteral B, B, or B. And that's a picture of the lower leg. The next letter, or the next hieroglyph I would like to show you is the one representing the G sound, the G consonant. And I'll write another version here of the same sound. And this is depicting a jar stand. And why would you need a jar stand, you might wonder. But the jars in which the Egyptians stored water, for example, they did not have a flat bottom. You could not place it on, or they were not designed for be placed on a table, for example. They were designed for be placed in the sand, so they were like cone shaped, yeah, the bottom was cone shaped, and you could stick them in the sand to keep the water cool that way. But if you wanted to bring the jar into a house, then I guess you had to use this type of jar stand. And as you can see, it's a triangle here, and it's because they were designed with a triangular shaped hole in the ceramic item, because then cool air could pass through, and or air could pass through here, and then it would help the water to keep cool for a little while at least. Next hieroglyph I would like to draw is H, the first of 4 variations of H sounds here. And this represents the voiceless glottal fricative, so quite normal H, just and this one is depicting a house or reed shelter. So I guess it's you imagine you watch it from, or look at it from above. So it's like a floor plan in a way. This could also be the original shape for the Latin letter B. But the Egyptian pronunciation of this letter didn't have anything to do with B. That was when some of these shapes of the Egyptian hieroglyphs were brought into, or were borrowed by Semitic-speaking people who invented the ancestor of our alphabet systems. They took shapes from hieroglyphs and used them for their language and the sounds from their language, and used this acrophonic, I think it's called acrophony or something like that, principle that the first letter or the first sound of a word will be used as, or I don't know how to explain this. A sound will be represented by a symbol which name starts with that sound. That's the acrophonic principle, I guess. And the ancient Egyptian language wasn't related to the Semitic languages at all. It was a completely different branch, deriving from Afro-Asiatic languages. But so you can't really look for the same pronunciation of words in. You can't really compare Semitic languages to the Egyptian languages like that. Next, I would like to show you the hieroglyph, the uniliteral, representing the sound F. F. Or, to be more precise, it's representing syllables starting with letters with the consonant F. And here we have the horned viper. Next we have the hieroglyph representing syllables starting with the consonant uv, W, or yeah, it's a semi-vowel actually, but the W sound, or something like that. This is a picture of the quail chick, the oo sound. And there were also an alternative way of doing this uniliteral, and it was a much more simple form. It was this coil shape, also representing W. Next, I would like to show you the uniliteral hieroglyph representing the T consonant. And this one represents a hand. And the word for hand was teret, or something like that, or T, R-T. And then you can fill in some vowels there, so maybe something like teret. Next hieroglyph is representing an E sound, Y or J, E. And it's supposed to be a reed, or a flowering reed, a reed leaf. And I'm not really sure about the vowel or consonant conflict here. I think it's more considered, or at least in the originally, a consonant sound, like a ch, j sound, probably. Maybe later it was more turned into a vowel E sound, but I'm not sure. There was also a variation of this one. Two reeds, also representing a Y or J sound. And another variation. two strokes like this, diagonal. I've read somewhere that a dual stroke can also be used as a replacement for signs perceived to be dangerous to be actually written. So then it could represent almost any other sign, I guess, or I don't know which signs were dangerous to be written, but then you could replace it using this one. And you can also use it for Y or J. Next, I would like to show you a hieroglyph representing S or Z consonant. So S or Z. So here we have a door bolt. The horizontal way of writing S. There was actually another way you could do it as well. Then you could use another shape, more vertical oriented. This one is depicting a folded cloth. And yeah, the Egyptian language, the hieroglyphs could be written both in horizontal direction and in vertical direction at the same time. So you really composed pictures of it, and sometimes maybe it would be nice to have to use vertical letter here, because maybe you wanted to, it would look nice to have like 3 or 2 symbols on top of each other here or something. Yeah. So, and you can also read from right to left or from left to right, and or from top to bottom. So it's really a variation, and if you stumble upon some hieroglyphs, you can guess in which direction they will be read if you look for animals and humans, because it has to do with the direction in which they look. So you will meet them with their face first, so that you will read in the direction where you first meet their face. I thought it would be like, for some reason I thought it was the opposite, because if they walk or something, you think that they should be walking in the same direction as you are reading, but they're not. If they're walking towards you as you read. Next, I will show you another consonant. another H consonant. This is the hard, raspy H made at the back of the throat. So it's a sound. The pharyngeal fricative. The voiceless pharyngeal fricative. And this is supposed to depict twisted flax, so some kind of thread here. Also, this could have been borrowed into the Proto-Sinaitic alphabet, and the ancestor of the Phoenician alphabet, and later the Greek, Arabic, Hebrew, Cyrillic, a lot of alphabets. But yeah, then I think it represented also some kind of, or more like a sound probably in those languages. But as I said, it's a lot of speculation and guesses when it comes to these topics. Next, I will show you the hieroglyph for the ch sound, the affricate T and sh, T and post-alveolar fricative ch. And this one is supposed to depict a tethering rope. And I just have to show you one of my favorite hieroglyphs, even though it's not uniliteral, so it's not representing only one consonant, but it's a combination of this tethering rope and a pair of human walking legs like this. It's very surrealistic. Tethering a rope with walking legs, it represents some ch and t sound, something like chet, chet. Means to take possession of, to seize, carry off, conquer, acquire. Next, I would like to show you the hieroglyph for the j consonant, also an affricate, so it's kind of a combination of sounds, but it's considered one consonant. still, and that's a j. D plus the voiced post alveolar fricative. J. So it's j. And this is the cobra. Also, this one, the shape of this one was borrowed into the Proto-Sinaitic alphabet for the Semitic language. And then it represented the N. You can almost see that. It became N. The Latin N derives from this hieroglyph, probably, even though not the sound, but the shape. Next, I would like to show you the hieroglyph representing the uniliteral K. This is a basket with a handle, and it's representing the velar plosive K. For the uvular plosive, pronounced more at the back of the throat, K. We have another related, or yeah, we have another hieroglyph, another uniliteral. And that is basically a hill slope, and it's not perfectly clear which sound these represented, if there was a difference, or which one was the uvular, which one was the velar. But I guess you have to guess. So now I assume that this one is the velar and this one is the uvular plosive. So K and Q, probably. Now let's move on to the hieroglyph representing, originally it was a biliteral sound. It was R and W combined, probably. So ro, ru, ro, w. But this symbol later was used for the sound L, because there were actually no clear symbol for L. And when in the Ptolemaic period, in the first millennium BC, when the Greeks had a lot of influence and power on Egypt, then they needed a letter for the L, or a hieroglyph for the L sound as well. So this one, they picked this one to use for L. So it's a later innovation. So it's the lying lion for the sound L. Next, I would like to show you the hieroglyph for the consonant, or uniliteral M. And that's a picture of the owl. Later, there was another representation of the M consonant, much more simple one. Just like this, and maybe it's an unknown object, but some guesses have been like it represents a side somehow, or I read both unknown object and side. So this could also be used when you wanted like a horizontal shaped letter M, or hieroglyph for the sound M. This is a bit more vertical. Next, I would like to show you a hieroglyph representing the uniliteral for the sound n, n. And it's a ripple of water, as you probably can see. And this shape actually is an ancestor of the Latin letter M. So it's something you can imagine quite easily. And as you can see, this is a very horizontal oriented hieroglyph, and there was also another version that you could use, probably for more in a more vertical context. Place it here. This is also N sound, the N sound. And it's depicting a crown, a very special crown in the ancient Egypt culture. It's a deshret, the red one, the red crown of Lower Egypt. So before there were the United Egypt, there was a red crown for the ruler of Lower Egypt, that's the northern part, and then another crown, the white crown I think it was called, for the Upper Egypt, another design crown, and then there was a united crown when Egypt was united, both the crowns combined. Just like the L, the lion for L here, that was a relatively modern invention from the late, I guess, first millennium BC. We have a uniliteral representing the oo sound, oo or w. I did show you another W uniliteral, but this one you can see sometimes representing or replacing, I guess, when this is later history, when the ancient Greek alphabet was already in use, and there they had the O letter. They had both the W, I guess, or some kind of V or Y letter. But anyway, there was also a new letter O that hadn't been used in the Egyptian language originally. And then when there were new Greek words coming into the Egyptian culture world, they needed a letter for those words as well, probably new names and such things. So then this hieroglyph was given, or started to represent the O letter. Originally, I think it was a biliteral for a W sound combined with the glottal stop. So wa, something like wa or wa. And it's depicting a lasso. I think I have room for 3 more hieroglyphs here, because they are quite horizontal shaped. Sorry, I think this one is more pronounced O, not O, like I said. So it's a forearm, palm upwards, and this represents the sound originally hein, the voiced pharyngeal fricative used for example in modern Arabic, but not used in many languages today. But this was Egypt's representation of that sound. Hein, ha, ha, that sound. At least originally. And in some dialects, scholars think it could have been representing a D type of sound as well. D. This is a very simple shape, and it's the uniliteral hieroglyph for P sound. And since it's so very minimalistic, it's been interpreted as a stool, a mat, or a door. I read all those three representations. And next we have the uniliteral for the sound r, r. In ancient Egypt it would most probably pronounced like the alveolar trill. R, r, r. And the picture is depicting a mouth seen from the front. The Hein representation from Egypt, this hieroglyph, is also the origin of the Proto-Sinaitic alphabet. Then it's the Yod, the J sound connected to this shape. And this one probably could have been the origin. This picture could have been the origin to the Proto-Sinaitic letter for the sound for P in Semitic languages. I think the word mouth in some Semitic languages is related to, or it starts with the sound P. I'm not sure. It's pate or something like that. Next tablet. Then we have the hieroglyph representing the consonant sound sh. So it's a post-alveolar fricative, voiceless. So sh, as in ship. Then we have some kind of pool, water-filled pool. Could be represented quite plain like this, but sometimes also with some symbol for water in it. Also, I have an example of a variation here. I give it another try, and I want to do these double contour lines. It's sometimes referred to as a deep pool. And yeah, the hieroglyphs were originally like they were sculptured in a way, carved into stone, and they weren't really linears like I'm doing here. There's a difference between the linear writing systems and other types of writing systems that you can't really translate into just a line and draw all the characters using lines. But these are more sculptural, created. For example, the very first known writing system, the cuneiform from Mesopotamia, around 3500 BC. They have found evidence of this writing system. That was more like stamps. Yeah, you can't really. It's like wedges press into the surface, and you can't really represent it by just two dimensions and a line. And the same thing with early hieroglyphs, I guess. So when I draw, or when it's represented by double lines like this, it, in the reality, when it was carved, it was probably one line, but sculptural, so it was a thick line. Gradually gradually down in the surface. I'm not sure how to describe it right now, but they could be really detailed in the faces, for example, on the animals and the humans and the gods. It could be very detailed and like a relief picture. So not totally three-dimensional sculptures, but yeah, you can think of it as a relief image. So combination of sculpture and drawing in a way. And later they started to use a papyrus to write with reed pencils, I guess. So, and then it was more another type of letters, the demotic alphabet. There were also other types of alphabets developed from the hieroglyphs that were used more in when they were written on papyrus with a pencil. It was called something else. It was called hieratic or something like that. Script, and later the demotic script. So the basic shapes were probably related to the hieroglyphs, but it developed in their own way and became like a rapidly written cursive script. Then we have the uniliteral hieroglyph for the letter T, the sound T. It's a very simple shape, very common hieroglyph as well. You can see it a lot in the hieroglyphs. I think also it could be some kind of determinative at the end of words for expressing that it's like a feminine word. So it's had a grammatical use as well. Yeah, some of the hieroglyphs had numerical values as well. I think the quail chick and the coil also had some numerical values, not just the W consonant. And we have already seen two variations of H, I think. I think I mentioned we had the four. Oh, sorry, I have to show you also another variation of T. I place it here. It's a more vertical representation of T, and it's a pestle, depicting a pestle. It was also used, I read, as a biliteral, not just uniliteral, but biliteral, then it's for TI. Or TJ, probably, I'm not sure. TI. T. So, but later these were two hieroglyphs representing the same sound, the T. Then we have the third H. It is, let's see what we have left. We have the velar fricative. That type of H. And this could be a sieve, perhaps, but it's quite difficult to see what it could be depicting. So I read also an unknown object for the sound. And the fourth type of H sound that was part of the Egyptian language had this hieroglyph. It's supposed to be an animal belly seen from, I don't know, but this, I guess this is a tail and this is a belly. There were a lot of hieroglyphs depicting like parts of animals, for example, just the head of an animal or everything except the head, or and also like hearts and lungs and such things. And this is the belly, and it represents the sh sound. So it's palatal fricative. Also some type of H sound. When you transliterate in Egyptian language, you often use a plain H like this for when you transliterate it into Latin letters. So this is the sound, and then it's the sound, pharyngeal fricative, and it's the, oh sorry, let's see if I can erase. Nice. Yeah, we have transliteration of the sound, the velar fricative, and last we have the transliteration of sh sound, the palatal fricative. So glottal fricative, pharyngeal fricative, velar fricative, and palatal fricative in Latin letters. So I think I have gone through all the uniliterals now. But the last thing I would like to do is to write something like a proper word in hieroglyphs. And I'll use this part of the tablet here. And the word I would like to write is Ra'nkomat. Ra'nkomat. And that means the speech of Egypt, or the ancient Egyptians' word for their own language. So, ra, kum, t, r, k, t. And I will describe hieroglyphs are used in this context. First, we have the uniliteral hieroglyph for R. R. And this is a determinative, just one stroke. And what it means is that this should be read not as a phonogram actually, but as a logogram. It says that this means what it represents somehow. So you should not read it as just an R, any R. It's actually the mouth somehow. It's a word, it's a logogram or ideogram. And I guess it has something to do with speech then. Maybe it means speech, since it's an open mouth. Then we have the uniliteral for N. So I guess the word for speech must have been ra or ra, or glottal stop, ra, something like that. N, just the sound. So since there is not a determinative here, you should not read it as water. It has nothing to do with water, it's just the sound. This is a biliteral sign representing KM in one sign. So instead of writing the uniliteral K and the uniliteral M, you can write K, M, all at once. And the picture is supposed to represent crocodile scales. Maybe the word for that was something including K and M, and then some unknown vowels in between. So then this word for crocodile scales could be used in other contexts, in other words, other meanings, sentences, when we had the same consonants K and M to be represented somehow. Then we have the owl. I'm not super happy with this version of the owl. It was a bit tricky to draw it this small actually. It was easier when I wrote it a bit bigger. But it's the owl representing the uniliteral M. And it's not because you will have K, M and then M again, actually. It's because you show the M consonant again, one more time. So you have it both here in KM, and then we have the M here. I'm not sure if this biliteral could represent another pair of consonants as well, because that's not uncommon. There are many biliterals that can be representing two a pair of consonants and also a pair of completely different consonants, and then you don't know which combination should be read here, and then you can show it by adding the second consonant as a uniliteral again after it. So yeah, it's a bit complicated sometimes, and you write more than you probably need when you write in hieroglyphs. So KM, sure it's KM because it's M, it's the second sound. And then we have T, the sound T. Ra, n, k, m, t. And if you place some vowels in between, we can get ra, n, ko, ma, t. The name for the country Egypt in Egyptian is actually Kemet, or Kmet, and some E vowels in between just to make it easier to pronounce. So Kmet, Kemet. Could be represented by these three. Then we also have a determinative at the end. And this is the determinative for town, village, or inhabited area. I really like this determinative because it says that this is a geographical. This should be read in a geographical context somehow. So it's like a cross and a circle. A town, a village, or I guess in this case a whole country. So it's not pronounced at all, it just shows how to read this. Because KMT, I'm not sure, but probably it can mean a lot of things if you put in insert other vowels in between. It can mean something completely different. But here you can say, it should be a place name. I guess it's Kemet. I guess it's Egypt. So the speech of, maybe this is of, somehow, speech of Egypt. this video interesting and relaxing. Thank you so much for watching, and sleep well. Take care. Stay safe. See you soon. Bye. Hi. Welcome to another video. Today I would like to write some alphabets no longer in use, some ancient writing systems, and I will use this beeswax tablet that I created a while ago. I have a couple of them here, and if you're interested in how these are made, I can put a link in the description to the tutorial video on YouTube that I watched to learn how to create these. It's nice, I think, to like carve into wax like this, and I imagine that's how scribes did, especially when they learned the alphabets and the writing systems. When they had to practice, they didn't use very expensive or durable material, I suppose. But then they could use these wax tablets and write again and again and erase, and like sketching before, paper wasn't in use. They were like papyrus in ancient Egypt, but I guess they were quite difficult to produce. But I've been reading about ancient writing systems. I find it super interesting because I want to like get a better knowledge about the origins of the alphabet we're using today in for example, the English language, the Latin alphabet, and also the Cyrillic alphabet and the Greek alphabet. They're all related, and you can trace them back to a common ancestor. But the longer you trace them back in time, the more diffuse and unclear the relation becomes. So it's not super easy to see why this letter look like this and not like this, and why this letter should be pronounced like this and not like this. It's interesting, but also it's a lot to learn and to read about, and a bit frustrating sometimes, because I don't know, I feel I have an urge to know these things, and I just have to accept that it's not clear at all. There are a lot of speculation and guesses and scholars arguing about what theories is the one to believe in. But anyway, I find two scripts, ancient scripts, are really interesting. It's the Phoenician alphabet, and it's the ancient South Arabian alphabet. The Phoenician alphabet I find super interesting because it's the ancestor of the Greek alphabet, the Cyrillic alphabet, and the Latin alphabet. Also the Aramaic alphabet and the Hebrew alphabet, the Arabic script. So there are a lot of writing systems that you can derive. There are even more. I just mentioned some of them now, but there are really a lot of alphabets still used today that can be traced back to the Phoenician alphabet. So before I start to talk about other writing systems, I think I will start to write the Phoenician alphabet so you can see how it looks, what it looks like, and I'll zoom in a bit. So first we have Aleph, Bet, Gimel, Dalet, He, Wow, Zayin, Het, Tet, Yod, Kap, Lamed, Mem, Nun, Samek, Ain, Pe, Sad, or Sade, Sade, Qop, Res, Sin, Taf. I'm not sure about the exact pronunciation. It's something like that. Let's see if I can read it a bit faster. Aleph, Bet, Gimel, Dalet, He, Wow, Zain, Het, Tet, Yod, Kap, Lamed, Mem, Nun, Samek, Hain, Pe, Sade, Qop, Res, Sin, Taf. I'm not sure, maybe this is pronounced more like rather than r. And this could be both seen and sheen, not sure. And the Phoenician alphabet was used during the first millennium BCE. So something like 1050 BCE to 150 BCE. And that it was no longer in use after 150 BCE, I guess, is because this language, Phoenician, or this script, Phoenician script, was used by the Phoenicians, and there were these famous wars in 149 to 146 BCE, the Third Punic War between Carthage and Rome, and Carthage was totally destroyed after these wars. And after that, I guess they stopped using these types of letters and continued to use the Latin letters invented by the Romans, or developed by the Romans. And today we also have the Arabic alphabet in these areas, northern Africa, where Carthage was located. But the Phoenician alphabet was originally from Phoenicia in the Levant, in the Middle East, today's Lebanon, Syria, those areas. This must have been a really popular alphabet that they developed there, because so many other languages around the Mediterranean, and even more to the east of the Levant, started to borrow this alphabet and copy it and make create new versions of it to fit their languages. So that's why we have similar letters both in Latin, like I mentioned before, the Latin alphabet, the Greek alphabet, the Cyrillic alphabet. So it was really, because the Phoenicians moved around a lot. They traveled a lot and traded things like that, and they had colonies all around the Mediterranean Sea, especially at the southern shore, like today's Tunis, and that's where Carthage, the city, was located. Modern Tunisia. Where did the Phoenicians got these shapes from? Probably from a script that is not preserved a lot. There are some evidence that there was an earlier script called the Proto-Sinaitic script or Proto-Cananite script. I'll refer to it as a Proto-Sinaitic script here, found in Egypt, close to the Nile River, and also in the Sinai Peninsula, in the desert there, in some mines, turquoise mines. And also, I think the oldest evidence of this script are from Egypt and the Sinai Peninsula. So then there are later evidence of this script in the Levant as well, Middle East. But I read a lot about those earliest founds of these this Proto-Sinaitic script, and that script was the transition between Egyptian hieroglyphs to the Phoenician alphabet, and it was probably used around 1800 BCE to 1500 BCE, something like that. So it was several hundred years before the Phoenician alphabet was in use, in the second millennium BCE. So it was very inspired by the Egyptian hieroglyphs, some Egyptian hieroglyphs, but not related in meaning or anything like that, because the languages were completely different. The Proto-Sinaitic script was used in a Semitic language. The Phoenician language was also a Semitic language. Hebrew, Arabic are Semitic languages in use today. But the Egyptian language is another branch of the Afro-Asiatic language family or group. So scholars think that those who created the Proto-Sinaitic script borrowed hieroglyphs and gave them sounds, just sounds, not meaning. For example, this was originally the head of an ox, that hieroglyph. Then it's simplified, and and used for the sound glottal stop, called Alep. And probably Alep meant something had to do with the head of an ox or head of cattle in that early Semitic language. So this principle is called acrophony. When you take the first letter of a word, or you take a picture of an item, and the first sound you hear in that word will become a letter representing a sound only. And bet is probably the hieroglyph for a house or a reed shelter seen from above. So the Semitic speaking people, they had probably a word reminding of bet for this object, the house. Gimel is believed to be a throwing stick. Gamel also. That was used in hunting, especially in Egypt. Around this time, you throw a stick to hunt birds, for example. And the dalet could be a door of a tent, possibly. He, or some believe that it came from the word hilul, jubilation. Could be a hieroglyph of a person, a man standing raising his hands. But then it has been flipped, so those hands are like pointing to the left here. But in the beginning of the writing system's history, letters could be flipped a lot. It wasn't, because I think the reason is because they were not like written in lines like this. They were written round and on vessels and amphoras and ceramic items, and they could also be written from left to right or from right to left, and they could flip, like be mirrored. So this he or hilul letter could be flipped depending on which direction you read the text. I'll look up a word, what it's called. It's called Bostrophidon. When you write, maybe you start from the left and follow a line to the right, and then you start the next row from the right and read and write to the left, and then the letters are flipped. So you can really see they're like rotating and flipped letters all the time in the beginning. So where were we? Yeah, I think this one wasn't called hilul in Phoenician language. It was called he. Hilul is maybe earlier. And wow could be a hook of some kind. The Egyptian hieroglyph for a hook. Sayin could be a weapon or manacle. Het could be a courtyard, possibly. Chet could be a wheel, or the hieroglyph for good, or the hieroglyph nefer. That was a symbol for goodness somehow. And Yod usually or originally depicted an arm. So you can see the arm and the 2 fingers perhaps. And yeah, also an hieroglyph, 4-arm. And cap is probably the palm of a hand, also a hieroglyph. And it's both because these guesses are both because the shape, you can actually see that this could be palm of a hand with fingers, very simplified, but also the name of the letter cap. It still means palm of a hand in some Semitic languages. And lamed could be a goat, or hieroglyphs for goats. And mem is probably water. You can see the waves here, ripples. Nun is probably snake, serpent. Could be the cobra hieroglyph originally. And Samek. It's a bit tricky, but could be pillar, or the Jed hieroglyph. And Hein, probably the eye hieroglyph, depicting an eye. Because Hein, I guess, still means eye in some Semitic languages. And the Pe could be mouth originally, or corner. Or some guesses. And Sade could be papyrus plant, or fish hook perhaps. But I refer to it as the papyrus plant. There was also a papyrus plant hieroglyph. There were so many hieroglyphs you can choose from. And Kop could be a needle eye perhaps, or perhaps a cord of wool. And Resh is probably a head, human head. Very simplified here, because Resh still means head in some Semitic languages. And Sin or Shin could be sun, perhaps. And this doesn't look much like a sun, but then you can keep in mind that the Egyptians often depicted the sun on top of the head of some deities, like a crown, And then it was round like a sun, but it also had the cobra like clinging to it, or so like a circle shape for the sun, and then a cobra with the head, and then the most of the body following the top of the sun, and then the tail out from the other side of the sun. So it could be like this. So the head of the cobra, the sun, and then the tail. And this very common symbol was called the Uraeus, or something like that. Uraeus. The sun and cobra combined. And Taf could be owner's mark. It reminds me a bit of the Egyptian hieroglyph, a circle with a cross. Also this one does, of course. This is a tet. Also some kind of T sound. This is Taf. And this developed into the emphatic T. So like harder T, or how to call it, darker T, and this more to the front. So yeah, owner's mark, or I started to think about this hieroglyph meaning city or town or geographical place in Egyptian hieroglyphs. Anyway, you can see that this reminds of an A, letter A, if you flip it quite a lot, and this reminds a G, G, in both Greek and Cyrillic alphabets, not so much in the Latin alphabet. And this one maybe a D and E. It's not difficult at all to see how these letters became the Latin letters and other letters. Especially if you take a look at the archaic Greek alphabet, old versions of the Greek alphabet, then they look even more like the Phoenician alphabet. Also, some letters have been dropped since that were in the archaic Greek alphabet. For example, wow. And some other, I think, the Sade, letter became something called Sun letter in archaic Greek alphabet. Also, Koppa was part of the archaic Greek alphabet, but not in the modern Greek alphabet. And then it doesn't stop at T. Modern alphabets often have the same order, quite the same order as the Phoenician, but then if the language has a lot of sounds they want to have their own, invent their own new symbols for, those are quite often placed at the end of the alphabet. So the Phoenician alphabet had only 22 letters. And originally they represented only consonants, so the vowels weren't really invented in writing systems yet. The Greeks gave some of these shapes vowel values instead of some kind of consonant sounds that they didn't had any use for. For example, Alep, the glottal stop. that sound. They didn't need that, so they gave this the sound, the vowel sound, instead. H, he. It happened the same thing with this letter. Some Greek dialects didn't need the sound, or they didn't have the sound in the language, so that they didn't need this letter for that sound. So it became the e sound instead. E vowel. And the ein consonant, that consonant sound, they didn't have any use for, so they had this symbol for the o sound instead. For example. And maybe I should start to talk a bit about the ancient South Arabian script. So it's another script, but it was used approximately during the same time as the Phoenician script. So in the first part of the first millennium BCE, maybe 9th to 6th century BCE, or even earlier perhaps. And this alphabet, this script system, was used more to the south geographically. So here we have Egypt, where a lot of these characters derives from, the hieroglyphs. This is the Sinai Peninsula, where a lot of, or some Proto-Sinaitic inscriptions were found, that probably were from 1800s BC or something like that. Here also has been found some Proto-Sinaitic script, and here then it's called Proto-Canaanite script. But yeah, if the Phoenician alphabet evolved here somewhere in the 10th, 11th century BC, then the same happened here to the south, ancient South Arabian script, probably 11th or 10th century BC. So it was a parallel development, and this alphabet here, through trade and a lot of contacts here, it was borrowed and used by the Greeks and the Romans. The Cyrillic script was developed here in Bulgaria. This ancient South Arabian script is also really interesting because it's written in another sequence. So it's not starting with with the A, B, G, D. It starts actually with H, H, L, another H, and M, H, L, H, M. And why there are two H, maybe that's a bit strange, but yeah, it's because back then those represented two different sounds and two different characters. It's just because we're now talking in Latin script context, and then both those characters and sounds are H, considered to be a variation of H. So that's why you can refer to it as the HLHM sequence today. And I think it's so fascinating to imagine what if the HLHM sequence would have been the more leading one, so that the Greeks would have borrowed that alphabet with that sequence instead of the A, B, G, G sequence. Then we would not know what A, B, C, D was today. Then we would probably say E, L, H, M or something like that. E, L, H, M. The first four letters of the alphabet. Then I have replaced the first H with a vowel E. But anyway, I'll start to write the ancient South Arabian script. So here we have the ancient South Arabian script. And here we have He, Lamed, Het, Mem, so H, L, like darker H, or pharyngeal fricative H. Mem, Kop, Wow, Shin, or possibly Shin, pronounced with the lateral sibilant alveolar fricative, or the post-alveolar fricative Shin. Could also be the alveolar sibilant fricative S. It's very unclear, all these variations of S sounds. There are a lot of different sounds that today we only say S, or spell it with SH, for example, sh. So in the Latin alphabet we don't have all these sibilant sounds represented by its own letters. It's a bit problematic sometimes to figure out what sounds these were, because they're pronounced very close to each other. But there we had Shin and Resh, Bet, Tau, Sat, and again could be Shat or Chat perhaps, but if this is Shin, no, if this is Shin, this could be Sat. No, sorry, I'll change my mind again. If this is Shin, often they're just referred to as S1, S2 and S3, and you have to decide yourself what you think is the value for it, the sound value. Also, it could be the same sound. Quite often that happens, that sounds originally used in an alphabet stopped being used, so then this two different characters are pronounced exactly the same. But I'll pronounce this Shin and this Sat. Shat, I mean. Sorry. Here we have Cap. And here we have Nun. That's more recognizable. Kappa and Nun. Here we have Het. Yet another H type of sound. The velar fricative voiceless. Here we have Sade, emphatic S. And that could be, in the history in these areas where these languages were spoken, could be like ejective consonant, so it could be like t, t, something like that. Ejective S. And Samic, and this is one of the three S sounds, not clear how it was pronounced, but yeah, I pronounce this as the sibilant S. And then we have Fe, and we have Aleph, and Hein, and Dod. In this language there is a theory that it could be the emphatic version of Sin, so some type of ejective lateral sibilant sound, maybe something like that. Really not sure. Do you have to guess? And Gimel, and Dalet, and Rein, and Tet, emphatic T. So if it's ejective T, if the emphatic consonants are ejective in this languages using this script, then it could be like an ejective T sound. And next we have Zain, Z sound. And then we have Dalet, the fricative, dental fricative, the voiced dental fricative, so Dalet. And we have Yod and Thou, the voiceless dental fricative, th. And the emphatic voiceless dental fricative related to this one, th, but pharyngalized, or probably ejective. So would be my attempt to pronounce this letter. But for example, in modern Arabic, it would be the za letter. This would be, let's see, which one is the dad? It would be this one, dad, za, and there are two more emphatic letters in Arabic. It's the sad, that was this one, sad, and T should also be emphatic here. This could be ta in modern Arabic. So I can repeat the H sounds again. We have he and het, and we have het, and that's it for the H sounds, I guess. And the S sounds. Clean, shut, sod or adjective tad, and Samic. So H, L, another H, M, Q, W, another S sound, R, B, T, one of the S sounds again, K, N, another H sound, emphatic S, another S sound, F, A, or glottal stop, O, or more correct, Hein, the emphatic the sound, dot, G, D, dark G, or Hein, Huvler, G, and the emphatic T, and Z, and the dental D, fricative, the I or Y or J, and the dental fricative T, voiceless, th, and the emphatic dental voiceless fricative. Yeah, not super easy to translate to Latin letter names, actually. Not all of them, as you can see. So, how many letters were there? There were 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 26, 27, 29 letters, and all of them are consonants, so there are a lot of consonants. In the Phoenician there were only 22. So if there were a common ancestor to both these languages or writing systems, a Proto-Sinaitic language with an alphabet, it could have at least 29 consonant letters. Probably didn't have any vowel letters, since no evidence they were used this early. It was the Greeks who probably invited those. So yeah, it's interesting to see both an alternative sequence of letters. So what if our alphabet today, we are using the Latin alphabet, if we were to start with E, L, H, M, Q, W, S, R, B, T, C, or something, K, N. If that was the sequence everyone knew about. And also if we had more consonant letters. If we had preserved some of those dental fricatives have their own letters and so we didn't have to write it using 2 letters or 3 letters. So I think it's fascinating to imagine how it could have been. When you look at these ancient alternatives to the modern writing systems. And also we have why these 2 writing systems became so big during this time, early first millennium BC, is probably because we have the late Bronze Age collapse around 1200 BC, where a lot of writing systems and culture using completely different writing systems were completely destroyed. The Mycenaean culture with the linear B writing system that's not related at all to hieroglyphs, or I think it's not related to hieroglyphs, but at least not to these Semitic writing systems. It was completely lost, and those writing systems were not used after the late Bronze Age collapse. But then, after a couple of hundreds of years, these 2 writing systems, among with others, started to develop. And I haven't mentioned that, but the ancient South Arabian script actually evolved into scripts that are used today in Ethiopia and Eritrea, for example. The Ge'ez language, but that's basically today only church language. But the modern language is Amharic and Tigrinya, I think it's called, 2 languages of Eritrea and Ethiopia that are millions of speakers, with their own script deriving from this script. You can really see a lot of characters that have evolved from this script. It's not an alphabet today. They have evolved into syllables. What is this called? Abugida, another kind of type of writing system and set of characters. So there are a lot of characters, more than 20, 30 that is used in these types of abjads or alphabets. There are more, maybe 100 different characters, and it's syllables, so it's one consonant and a vowel, just like the Japanese katakana and hiragana systems. But you can see that the basic shape actually derives from the South Arabian script, and there also you find some clues of what sounds these characters could have had. There are some types of ejective consonants in the Ge'ez derived scripts, like Amharic and Tigrinya, for example. I can put a link to a video where they go through the entire Ge'ez script and the letters, so you can check if you're interested. And the Amharic and Ge'ez and Tigrinya languages, they are using actually this HLHM sequence for their writing system. So it's really cool that you can see that the south, the sequence deriving from the South Arabian branch of the Semitic languages are still in use. I can show you quite quickly here. This is from Wikipedia about Amharic. 32 million native speakers. So it's an alpha syllabary with many variations of the same root consonant H. And you can see the shape here reminds a bit of this part of this letter. It's not super clear, but here you can see it's turned upside down. The other H letter. Sheen or Feen. Today in Amharic, I guess it's pronounced just S. Seen. Also flipped. Sat. I call it Shat, but here you can see it's today also pronounced just S. Same basic shape. T cross here. And N. It reminds a bit of the Egyptian cobra. And I think this letter was called Nahas in the GS language or some related language. Nahas, which I think means snake in Semitic language, some Semitic language. This wow letter. It's not exactly the same sequence, but at least it start HLHM. There are some letters added, P for example, and an adjective version, P. J, can clearly see, which reminds of this one. And if you take a look at the map, here's a Wikipedia article about Afro-Asiatic languages. You can see that the Semitic branch of it is spoken here in the Levant, the Arabian Peninsula, and where there are no color, I guess it's because it's mostly desert. Egypt, Libya, Algeria, Tunisia, Morocco, Mauritania. And here you can see Amharic and Tigrinya, also Tigre. 3 languages spoken in the very south of this vast area. So it's in today's Eritrea and Ethiopia. The other language group spoken here is the Cushitic languages and the Omotic languages. And the ancient Egyptian language would, if it would have been spoken today, but it's not spoken anymore since the I don't know, 2,000 years ago, something like that, after the Roman conquest. It would have been 6th division here. So it was a branch of the Afro-Asiatic language group, the Egyptian language. But now Egypt is Semitic spoken area. The Arabic language spoken here. But yeah, here we have alphabets using the HLHM sequence. I just wanted to show you. I think it's really cool. Maybe we can just see if we can see similarities between the letters here. So we have, this is G or Gimel. Looks very similar to this one, but this is actually L. L and G are very look alike. So here we have the South Arabian version of it, and here's the Phoenician version of G. Let's take L. Here we have the Phoenician, and here's the South Arabian. T in Phoenician, what became T. It's easier for me to call them the Latin, the later Latin letters derived from them. So D, and in South Arabian alphabet we have it here. This triangular shape here as well. A, we have here. Not super clear. It's a common ancestor. But it should be from originally depicting an ox, the head of an ox. You can see that here quite easily. Horns, the face, not as clear here. B, and this is a house, probably. This looks more like a house, the South Arabian B. skyscraper. And E, originally H. Yeah, here you can see the Egyptian hieroglyph I talked about that probably was the origin of this letter. Someone raising his hands up in the sky. And this is wow, the hook. Not so similar. Z should be this one. Quite similar. Another H, second H. Not super clear. Emphatic T. Not super obvious. At least it's like a closed shape surrounding it. And the South Arabian script is very square, very suitable for carving, I guess. Straight lines. And then we have Yod or J. Yeah, if you think of it as if you think about the origin, an arm, shoulder, an arm and a hand, then it could be the same origin here, hand, arm and hand. K, the palm of the hand. Yeah, why not? Just some other angles of the lines. This one we've already took that, and then M. Here you can see the waves in another direction. They're like tilted. N. I showed you before. Nahas. Samek. This is very straight lines. These are very diagonal lines. Ein. Just shrinked mini version. Yeah, but it's not like this alphabet has derived from this one. It's like I said, two branches of the common ancestor. P. And yeah, there are no F sound, F letter in Phoenician, so I think, and no P letter in the South Arabian script, so I think we have to look for the F here. But yeah, not super obvious relation. Sade. No, which one is here? Can't say, I can see a relation there. Kof. You can really see the relation here. Resh. face, the neck. Yeah, this could be just anything, but maybe face, part of the face. Seen, sheen, or thin. Yeah, it was this one. And tough. So, what do you say? Quite clearly they're related, these scripts. If you know where in the sequence to look for the equivalent character. I think that was all I wanted to talk about today and to show you. Thank you so much for watching and for listening. I hope you found it relaxing and interesting. Sleep well. Take care. Stay safe. And, see you soon. Bye. Hi, welcome to another video. Today I'd like to talk a bit about runes, the runic alphabet, and I would like to write some runes. After I did the hieroglyph wax carving video, I got a really nice response on that one, so I'm very glad you liked that video, and thank you for all the nice comments and suggestions for upcoming videos. And I got some suggestions about carving runes, and I thought it was a really good idea actually. And I haven't been so into runes before, but lately I have started to read about it and learn and study it, and it's so fascinating. I like it a lot. This old alphabet used in the Nordic, Northern Europe about 2000 years ago. It started sometime there, I think, and then until 1000 years ago, when it was replaced by the Latin alphabet, approximately. But it was used in some places and in some contexts, even in the 17th, 18th, maybe even 19th century in Sweden, some places in Sweden, in calendars, I think. So it was a long process replacing it with the Latin alphabet. And I would like to talk a bit about this runestone, Brostenen. You can find it in Bro. It's north of Stockholm, not very far from Stockholm, and it's a very nice runestone. It's very clear, you can read it quite easily, even though it's you start here and it's a very winding line like this, and from here you will start to read here. So it jumps from here to here, and then it goes like that to here. The inscription ends. And I was actually here a couple of days ago visiting this stone, and I will show you a short clip from my Instagram, 1 minute only, so you can see this runestone from a very close-up image. O I K I K A Wikika. It's an old form of the word Viking. Okay, let me start to carve the runes from this runestone here on this wax tablet. I'll zoom in a bit. So this is the Kin look. The alphabet consists of only 16 characters, so some characters are shared by 2 or more sounds, for example K. So this can be read as both K and G. So it's actually a name, this Ginlaug, or in modern Swedish Gunlag. This small cross here, it marks the division between words. It's very useful. I don't think they had these in older runestones, but this is not a very old runestone. It's from 11th century, I would guess. Most runestones in Sweden are from this time. It's the end of the Viking age. So here it says this is H, O, L, M, K, I, S, Holmkis, and that should be in runic Swedish, Holmgeirs or Holmgers. So Holmger is a name, and then it has the suffix s at the end, so it's genitive. So Holmgirs, and we have to continue to get the meaning. O, T, I, R. And there are 2 different, even though there are only 16 letters, 2 of them represent some kind of R. And this type of R is the non-trilling R. It's not R, it's R, more like how R is pronounced in English. And this type of R was used mostly in the end of words. So if you would have an R in the beginning of a word or in the middle, then it would probably be the other type of R. But here it is Totir, and that's, remember T, or I haven't told you this yet, but T could be the letter for both the T sound and the D sound. And the first one is a D sound and the second one is a T sound, so it's Dottir, which means daughter. So that's quite easy to see the meaning of this word. So take the first row here. Kinluk, Holmkis, Totir. So Kinlaug, Holmgeirs, Dottir. Continue here. S, I, S, T, I, R, Systir. And that's, as you might guess, it's a sister. In Swedish, modern Swedish, syster. So here we have a special rune. This is not considered one of the 16 letters. It's a version of the U rune with the dot in the middle here. Then it's I think this was a quite late invention in the futharks, in the runic alphabet, that they added some diacritic marks, if you can call it that, to change the sound of the pronunciation of the rune slightly. So it's not sustir, it's systir. So here we have a Y letter. Yeah, the R that appears at the end of words again. Sukruthar. And that means this is yet another name, Sigurödar in runic Swedish, and in modern Swedish, Sygröd. Or, yeah, this is also a grammatical suffix here. So the name Sygröd is Sukruth, and then A and R at the end is also some kind of genitive. So it means that it's still about kinluk, Lök. It's sister Sigurdar. Instead of saying Sigurdar's sister, here it says, it starts with sister and then you have to add AR to show you that it's the grammatical function of it. So Sigurdar, or sister Sigurdar, Sigurd's sister. Yeah, it's in modern Swedish it says it's Y, it's E here as well, but you can't see it in the letter here. There's no dot in the middle here, so it should be pronounced more like Sukrudar. Here we have the other R rune. That's more like a trill, like R. Or in this case, I think it's the, not thorn. This can be pronounced like TH, how you usually write it in English, TH. But in the middle of words and in the end of words, it could more often be pronounced like the ed. You know, TH also, but like in this, THIS in English, that sound. More close to a D letter instead of a T letter, so it's Sugrudar. Yeah, and the K is softer as well, so it's more like a G than a K. Sugrudar. This is a very common word, you see it a lot in this inscription. Auk. Auk means just ok in Swedish. Ok, very common word. It's a word and. So A and U stands for O, the O sound in this case. I'm not sure. Maybe it was pronounced more like auk back in these days, or it's just a way of writing the O sound using two runes like this, because sometimes maybe you had to use two runes to show you one sound because there were too few of them. But I'm not sure. Maybe you pronounced it auk, and then it developed into ok in modern Swedish. This is Thaira, thorn, the TH in the beginning. Tha-I-R-A. I'm not sure exactly about this word. In other inscriptions I've seen that Thaira should mean there. But here it says two. But that's maybe because the next word is it's a bit unusual, and I'm not sure it's clearly known what this means. translation I've seen, it says gout or gaus. In modern Swedish, göt. And a göt, it's a person that is who is a member of the Geats, inhabitants of Götaland in the south, not the very southern parts of Sweden, but yeah, in the south of Sweden. Because what's now the most southern part of Sweden, it was Danish for a long time. But then we have Götaland, where the Geats were a very big group. And before Sweden was unified into one country, there were like a lot of wars between Swedes and Geats and Goths, another big group. So 1,000 years ago, I think Sweden was maybe unified, but it was, I guess it was still a lot of different. It was strong identity probably if you were a Swede or a Geat. So maybe this means Geat somehow. Feira cows. Because yeah, again, K could be a G sound. So cows. And this is aun. This is A, this is N. Quite similar, but you can see the diagonal small stroke here is different angles. And aun means hon in modern Swedish. Quite similar, hon, aun. And that means she. Lit. This is very similar in both English and modern Swedish. It's lät in Swedish and lätt in English. So she lät. E, A, R, R, A. Chiara. And K should be pronounced G in this case. And here we have a new letter, E, the E sound. It reminds of A, but it's a little bit shorter stroke in the middle, and it has a horizontal angle. And it's also a bit late invention, I think. It wasn't part of the earlier versions of the Futhark, of the younger Futhark. This is written in younger Futhark. The Futhark is just a name for the writing system, and it's named for the first 6 runes. Just like alphabet is named from the 2 first letters in the alphabet, alpha, beta, the Greek alphabet. The Futhark starts with F. So F, O, Th, A, R, K. And the elder Futhark had 24 letters or runes, and the younger Futhark had only 16 runes. But then they were added some modification to some of them. So I guess to show E sound, or not E sound, but you know what's now the letter E in English, more an E sound. K, A, R, A, and that's Gyara. In runic Swedish and in the modern Swedish it has become göra, because G has turned into J in Swedish in many cases. So göra is what we say today in Swedish, and that means to do. So yeah, göra is do or make. I'll write 2 words in a row here. Pro or Prothesi. So we have the rolling R, we have the B, I don't think we've seen B yet, the Bjarkan rune, and we have the thorn, and we have the E. And we have, yeah, basically you can see it's a mix of I and A, or phonetically E and A. That's E in this case. Just this one is smaller, and it's just horizontal, this line. And thesi means Prothesi or Prothesa, means this. Thesa is this, and bro is bro in modern Swedish, but in English it's bridge. So let's go back a bit. She or an lit göra Prothesi. She let make this bridge. Let make, I'm not sure you have that expression in English, but in Swedish we still have låta göra, let make, let do something. And that's just a way of saying that it's still about, you remember Gunnlaug? She was the one that made this construction of this bridge possible. She let make it. And a bridge at this time was not a very it was not so complicated construction that you might imagine when you hear the word bridge. It could be just an embankment of the road somewhere where it was like, maybe it was a bit wet when it was raining a lot and it was difficult to pass this part of the road, and then you could create some kind of embankment on the road. This word you might remember already. It's auk, ok, and Raisa. You see the R in the beginning of words, pronounced R. So it's the same almost in modern Swedish and also in English. It's resa or race. The English word actually is more, reminds more of the Old Norse or the runic Swedish word. Stein. Fina. So this means this stone. Stein. That's sten in modern Swedish and stone in English. Fina became thenna and then denna in Swedish. So we have Stein, Thenna, and earlier we had somewhere here, Bro, Thessi, and both these words mean this. So I guess they were like inflected, depending on the gender perhaps, or the case of the noun. Yeah, I'm not sure. There were much more complicated grammar in runic Swedish, more like, I guess, modern German, with a lot of grammatic cases and different genders of words. So you have to inflect words and consider which gender it was on the noun. But this form, thenna, thina, is the one that mostly reminds of today's word for this in Swedish, denna. This is E, F, T, I, R. Efter. Here we have introduced the F letter for the first time. The first letter of the futhark. So efter means after in English and efter in modern Swedish. Quite easy to see. Some lines on the runes are, I mean, most of them are straight lines or diagonal lines, but some are curved like this. But it's much easier to draw straight lines when I carve in this material. And I guess it was also much easier to carve straight lines in maybe in stones, but mostly I have read that the reason why the runes are shaped like this, with just straight lines and diagonal lines, are vertical lines, not very often horizontal lines actually, just a couple of exceptions, and not so many curved lines. It's more vertical lines and diagonal lines. It was because the runes were carved not so much in stones, especially not in the beginning. The stones are from the late Viking Age. It was carved in other materials, maybe bone, maybe softer materials, and in wood, probably a lot in wood, but these are not preserved, so they're lost, all the evidence of the runes in wood. But when you carve in wood, it's much easier to carve vertical lines and diagonal lines, not horizontal lines, because then it gets a bit problematic because of the veins of the wood. So that's probably why this type of script was developed in the first place. But now we don't have a lot of evidence at all from the runes in wood. I don't know if this is a misspelling or if it was spelled like this, but this should be asur. But here it says as-u-u. I would expect this rune as the last one, but it was spelled in another way here, so it was asu to u runes at the end. And this is important name in this context because Gunnlaug let make this bridge and raise this stone after Assur, that's the name. And this stone in Bro, located in the place Bro, it's also called Assur's stone. It's a name, Assur. Tip here, as you can see, it's a bit destroyed now. I think I have to replace it with another tool. Can try a metal tool. See how it feels. And how it looks. Sin. Sin is a word we still have in Swedish. It means, in this case, her. So it can be his or her. Or its, probably. Bunta is in modern Swedish bonde, I think. At least the word bonde comes from this word, bunta. But it had a bit different meaning by this time. Now bonde means peasant or farmer in Swedish. But historically I think it was more like, or in this case at least, it means it's Gunnlaug's husband, Buntasin, her husband. And yeah, I don't know, but they were probably farmers and you called the husband on a farm probably for, you called him Bunta. So that's interesting how this word has developed from this time when probably most people in Sweden were farmers. Then Bunta meant just man or husband. Yeah, I think maybe it's more man than husband. But yeah. Her, man, her husband. Let's go on. son. In modern Swedish, son. And in English, son. Son. So, very similar in all languages. All those languages. Here it is. Hakonar. Hakonar. Another name. Hakon. Håkan in Swedish and Hakon Norwegian, for example. Very common name. In the Nordic countries at least. And R at the end just means the genitive suffix. So son Hakonar means son of Håkon. Jarls. And this means Jarl. So we have Håkon Jarl. It's two. The name consists of two names. But this is more like a title, I guess. We have the old English title Jarl. The Jarl was the highest rank below the king. Tsar. And this short word means just he. And in modern Swedish it doesn't sound like Tsar at all, it's han. So I don't know what happened with this old Norse or runic Swedish word, Tsar, where it ended up. Let's start on a new tablet here. Here's a quite fun part in the inscription, I think, because it looks like the person who wrote these runes had forgot one letter, because it looks like this, and then it's a small rune here in between, A rune, but much smaller, and not all the way to the bottom here. So it's O-A-R, war. And I think this is just a mistake. And this is var. Var in modern Swedish. War, very similar. And in English, was. So here we have the interesting word that I showed you in the beginning of this video, that I was showing you at the actual stone that I visit. So it's Wikika. O-ik-ik-a. And that's Viking. In modern Swedish it would be vikinga. So Viking with an A at the end, and this is probably a grammatical function, because when the word stands alone I think it's more vikinger, but here is vikinga. And you have to see it in context here. So here I would expect another R, the other type of R at the end of the words, but it's this rolling R even at the end. So it's waurthur, and U can also be read as V, yeah, as in Viking. So this naturally, but it's both U and V. Va-o and a-o could also be O, the O sound, just like we had in ok, auk. Vorther, this is the thorn that is softer in the middle of the word, so it's an ed sound. Vorther, and that means a guardian somehow, some kind of guardian. So Asser was Vikinga Vörður. So somehow he must have protected the land, the area, from Vikings at this point. So the Vikings were considered enemies or warriors, raiders, by these people at this point. It's super interesting, I think, to see the word Viking written in the Viking Age. See how it was used by the people in the Viking Age. So everyone wasn't Vikings. You can see here evidence of that. short word here. Myth, or myth. Yeah, since this is at the end of the word, is myth. M-I-th. Med. In modern Swedish it does become med. And that means just with. I forgot to mention this was a new letter. We introduced a new letter here for the first time. The M. Looks like the second R, or the R for the end of words, but flipped upside down. So here we have K-E-T. This should probably be pronounced G softer than K. So Katie. And in the translation I've seen, it's a question mark, so they don't really know what it could mean, but it reminds of cows a bit, I think. K-A-O-S. K-A-E-T-I. Maybe it could have something to do with the geats again, or probably goats. These tribes, these people in parts of today's Sweden. But yeah, I'm not sure. So he was Viking Runes, guardian for Vikings, together with Gaiti. Or yeah, the kud, and this is softer, so god. God, that's in modern Swedish Gud, God. I-A-L-B-I, Jalbi. In modern Swedish, Hjälpe. That's not so modern, it's an old form, Hjälpe, with the I at the end, but let's see what happens. God hjälpi. to remember how to distinguish these two shapes. These are quite similar, A and N, as you can see. Try to remember how, so I don't get it wrong, but I think like this. The N is, if we take a Latin N, to continue this line to the right and make a line like this, it will become like an N. And in this case, if we do something like that, it could be an A, but I'm not sure. Yeah, it's quite intuitive to me, actually. This is more like an N than an A to me. And this is more like an A than an N, somehow. Ans. In modern Swedish, Hans. In English, his. No. Modern Swedish, nu. English, now. Out. This could also be pronounced with the T at the end here, softer, so and. And in modern Swedish, ande, spirit. Ok. This is interesting. Kind of shows that writing with the runes, this alphabet was a kind of phonetic alphabet. So you wrote the letters that you heard somehow, the phonetic value of it, because this should mean ok, ok. But in the cases earlier in this text, we had it written a, ö, a, ok, auk, and here it's just ok, more similar to modern Swedish spelling, ok. Salo. So in modern Swedish, själ. So it changed quite a lot from salo to själ, but in English it's actually soul. So the English word is more common, more similar to the Old Norse word salo. So the last part of the inscription here was God hjälpi hans nu out och salo. God help. Maybe did I talk about the translation of hjälpi? It's hjälpa in Swedish and help in English, so it's almost the same. God helps his now spirit and soul. This now is placed a bit odd here in the context. Should make more sense today if we had it God help before his. And this shows that Sweden at this point, the 11th century, at this place near Stockholm, today's Stockholm, was Christianized. So when you see the word soul, for example, or spirit out, I guess, and of course God, then you can be sure it's the persons who made this were Christian. And Sweden was Christianized by this time quite a lot, I guess. It was a long process, but in earlier places where you can see runes from several hundred years earlier than this, then it's more common to see names like Thor, Odin, those old Norse deities. So, and many runestones have this type of message. So it's a person, and then the relatives. Who is this person married? I mean, the family relations to that person, so you can identify him or her, what they did, and they did raise a stone apparently, because you can see this on stones, and very often they also created a bridge beside the stone, so it was easy to follow the road there. It would be a nice little embankment or bridge to walk, and then the stone was just beside the road, so everyone could see it when they were passing by. And it was decorated sometimes with images, and it was for someone who had died very, very, very often. So this time it was Gunnlaug's husband, Assur. And who was Assur? Yeah, he was the Håkon's son, and Håkon Jarl's son, and what he did in his life was that he was a Viking guardian against Vikings, together with Katie, that we don't know exactly what it means. And you want to add at the end very often something like God helps his spirit and soul. So that was a message and proof that these persons were Christians and had left the Old Norse religion behind. This is the entire inscription from Pro-Stenen, or Assur's stone. You can read it again. Gunnlaug, Þorgeirsdóttir, systir Sigurðar og þeirra gáts. Hún lét gera brú þessi og reisa stein þína eftir Asur bunta sín. Son Hakonar Jarls Sar var Vikinga varður með gæti. Guð hjálpi hans nú át og sálu. Can make a translation as well in English. Gunnlaug Holmgeirs daughter, sister to Sigurd, and their goats. She let make this bridge and raise this stone. After Assur, her husband, son of Hakon Jarl. He was Viking guardian with Gati. God helps his spirit and soul. And here we have the inscription, how it looks on the stone. Very often they are decorated with cross. Also sign that it is Christian. They belong to the Christian religion. See the first word here. K-I-N-L-O. K. The last word here. Upside down. Salu. And here we have the word that I showed you in the beginning, Wikika. something related to Vikings. And I don't know why there are no N before the K, it's just Viking. And K could be read as G, but if you, I mean today the word is Viking with the ng sound, and you can't see anything of that at these inscriptions or any other inscriptions from this time where the word Viking is written. So either it was pronounced more Viking at this point, or just or the K, this rune could also stand for ng sound. Not sure. And yeah, the A is just that it has to do with the next word, the waurður, vorður, vikika, vörður. So it's the guardian of Vikings. It has a grammatical function, this A. And today in Swedish, actually, we still use the A after Viking. So vikingagrav, that's a Viking grave. Vikingatid, that's the Viking age. Vikingaskepp, that's a Viking ship. So that's a letter we add to the end of Viking, the root, how to say Viking, and then we add a to show you that this word is related to Viking somehow. Thank you so much for watching, and I hope you enjoyed this video. Sleep well.